You can start. Oh, she was right behind me. Oh, so behind you? This time, I will call the meeting of the Sweetwater Union High School District Financing Corporation Board of Trustees Directors to order. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald. Here. Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre.
Here. This is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the Board of Directors on the items before the Sweetwater Union High School District Financing Corporation. Any public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each.
There are no speakers.
The action and discussion items are C1, ratify the current members of the Board of Trustees of the Sweetwater Union High School District as the members of the Board of Directors of the Sweetwater Union High School District Financing Corporation.
So moved.
Second.
Arencibia,
Present. Yes, I'm sorry.
Emerald. Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item C2, elect to ratify the following officers to the Board of Directors of the Sweetwater Union High School District Financing Corporation. The President, President of the Board of Trustees, Vice President of the Board of Trustees, the Secretary, the Clerk of the Board, Executive Director, the Superintendent, and Treasurer is the Chief Financial Officer.
Can we do that all in one?
Yes, it's all one.
Okay, I'll nominate Chairperson to be Trustee, Dr. Arencibia, Vice Chair to be Vice President Lopez Zepeda, Secretary Deanne Bacedo, and Executive Director Dr. Moises Aguirre, and Treasurer Dr. Salcal. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Emerald. Yes. Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item C3, approve minutes of the January 23rd, 2023 Sweetwater Union High School District Financing Corporation meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Emerald. Yes. Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item C4, accept the 2022-2023 audit of the various Sweetwater Union High School District funds and accounts for the 2022-2023 fiscal year and accept district responses to audit findings and recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Emerald. Yes. Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The meeting of the Board of Directors of the Sweetwater Union High School District Financing Corporation is now adjourned.
You have to wait till 3:55.
Oh, we have to wait till 3:50, right?
1 minute.
Okay.
There it is. We are at 3:55.
So just, what do we do? Just,
Just
Start
go to the next meeting, yeah.
oh, going to the next meeting?
Yep.
Okay, call to order, okay. I now call to order, the meeting of the Sweetwater Union High School District Public Financing Authority Board of Directors to order. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald. Here. Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Segura.
Here.
Solis.
Here.
Aguirre.
Here. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the Board of Directors on items before the Sweetwater Union High School District Public Financing Authority. Any public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes.
There are no speakers.
The following items will be up for discussion. C1, ratify members of the Sweetwater Union High School District Board of Trustees serving as members of the Board of Directors of the Sweetwater Union High School District Public Financing Authority.
So moved.
To approve?
So moved.
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Quick question. On this one, do I list out the people that are that we just selected or no?
You go through the same motion.
Same
It's
motion. No
separate
problem,
entity.
no problem. Item C2, ratify the following to the Board of Directors of the Sweetwater Union High School District Public Financing Authority. Chairperson, President Board of Trustees, Chairperson, Vice President Board of Trustees, Secretary, Clerk of the Board, Executive Director, Superintendent, Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item C3, approve minutes of the January 23, 2023 Sweetwater Union High School District Public Financing Authority meeting. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve minutes?
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Lastly, item C4, accept the 2022-2023 audit of various Sweetwater Union High School District funds and accounts for the 2022-2023 fiscal year and accept district responses to audit findings and recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Should I go ahead and, yeah, yeah. The meeting of the Board of Directors of the Sweetwater Union High School District Public Financing Authority is now adjourned.
3 minutes.
We have to wait till 4. You could take a break. Put the break, like they're on a break.
At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the Board, please call the roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald? Here. Lopez Zepeda?
Here.
Segura?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
This is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item of the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers.
If there are no further communications, then I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. 1, student expulsion, suspended expulsion, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID numbers. Number 2, public employee evaluation, appointment transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of the Government Code, Section 54956.9. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code, Section 54956. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code, Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald. Lopez Cepeda,
Here.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre,
Here.
Ringfield.
Here.
We will now hold a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. We would like to hold a moment of silence in remembrance of two teachers from Launch Virtual Academy who tragically passed away, Joe Gonzalez and Ana Garcia. Please stand. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. One, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number four, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number five, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number six, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code 54957.6. The board took the following action, moved by Solis and seconded by Lopez Cepeda to approve the reinstatement of two students with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Segura to approve the appointment of Gustavo Padilla as the Director of Labor Relations with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Emerald to approve the appointment of Easter Finley as Principal, Southwest High School with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the appointment of Gina Malani as Principal to Hilltop Middle School with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Emerald and seconded by Lopez Cepeda to approve the settlement and release agreement with one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Emerald and seconded by Lopez Cepeda to approve the resignation agreement and general release with one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. And at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the January 29th, 2024 regular board meeting with the change that the board will first consider on board agenda item P3 after the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Ringfield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Emerald,
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you very much, President Arancibia. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our first meeting of 2024. Before beginning, I did want to extend my sincere condolences to the family of two of our teachers who tragically passed away recently, Mr. Joe Gonzalez and Ms. Ana Garcia. We send our thoughts and prayers to their entire family. Since our return from winter break, I've had the opportunity to visit the following schools: Otay Ranch High School, Rancho Del Rey Middle, Eastlake High, Hilltop Middle, Hilltop High, Sweetwater High, Castle Park High, Castle Park Middle, and Eastlake Middle. They have been great visits, and it's been great to be in classroom visiting with our students and with our teachers, as well as other members of the school teams. I also want to take a moment to recognize our district counselors, since next week will be National School Counselor Week, so I'm extending our gratitude to all of our district's counselors. Thank you for all that you do to support our students. Regarding athletics, I wanted to note that Olympian High School recently hosted what I believe is the nation's largest girls wrestling tournament with over 700 girls participating from 5 states. Great job to our district's girl wrestling program. Also of note in athletics, Sweetwater High School's head football coach was recently named as San Diego County CIF Coach of the Year. So great job and congratulations to Coach Hernandez. In addition, during the month of January, we recognize and honor our Board of Education trustees during the California School Boards Association School Board Recognition Month. Thank you for your service and commitment to our community and to our district. And we have a plaque for each of you as a token of appreciation for your service on the Board of Education for Sweetwater Union High School District. And so I'll take a moment to make sure we pass these out at this time, and if we can do a quick just picture. So that's for Trustee Marty Emerald. Thank you, Ms. Emerald. For Trustee Arancibia. Thank you, Trustee Arancibia. For Trustee Lopez Cepeda. Trustee Vice President Lopez Cepeda. For Trustee Nicholas Segura. And Trustee Arturo Solis. So with that, wanted to again extend our congratulations and to our most extreme gratitude for, again, the service that we do. This is an important job that we do for our community, an important responsibility, and it's important given all the advocacy that happens across the district, that you're here to listen to the community voices and balance that with all the needs that are across the district. So again, thank you for your service during CSBA's Board of Trustee Month. Congratulations. Picture. And I believe we're going to be taking a quick picture.
How about, let's do this from here.
Do it from here? Okay.
Yeah, let's just do it from here.
Yep, stand up.
Ready?
1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes my report.
We will now have a report from the Student Board Representative, Isaiah Ringfield.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I haven't seen you all for a while. I hope all of your 2024s are going well. Last week, I commenced an ASB President's meeting where we discussed school climate, school culture, and questions or comments to the boards, or simply eating and chatting about how all of our ASBs are doing. This meeting mostly pertains to the first few weeks of the second semester. As far as activities across the district, there's a few unified sports games coming up. Chula Vista High School just recently held theirs versus Montgomery last week. ASB presidents also encouraged members of the board to attend some unified games in the name of inclusivity. Winter sports assemblies that are getting students brought up for the next semester have also occurred in the past week. There have also been a couple of events in the next few weeks on school campuses promoting Black culture as we move into the month of February. Trustees, please let me know if you're interested in attending them as I can get some additional information for you guys. All right. As far as school communities as a whole, there's been numerous infrastructure concerns on campuses district-wide. ASB presidents understand that it is a process, but they are requesting that the board, Superintendent Aguirre, work on some sort of newsletter or some sort of live update system where you can, hey, you know, for students, but really for parents, hey, this is what's going on campuses, because when there's no follow-up, sometimes there could be no follow-through, you know. So just that's for infrastructure, making sure that students know, hey, you know, this wall is being tore or whatever, just for safety, whatever. All right. As for me, I have a few things I'd like to share to the board and the public. Firstly, many students, even a few ASB presidents, did not know what Board of Trustee represents them. That is an issue. Students must know who represents their education. They must know that someone is working to defend them and enhance their education. Trustees must communicate with the students they represent, even online with it. On the interactive map, it's down or whatever, right? Students have to know, right, who represents them, right? Not just parents, right? So they can reach out to you. All right, and then secondly, myself, Trustee Emerald, with the massive help of Christina Fox with student services and Dr. Vernon Moore, kicked off our voter registration campaign at Children's High School. Last week, we visited Hilltop High School and have now pre-registered and registered almost 500 students to vote. 15 stops to go. Finally, at the beginning of my HB President's meeting last week, I said the word of the month is advocacy. As we go into the public comments portion of today's meeting, I want you to all think about this. If we as students do not advocate for our education, who else will? With that, I'll send it back to Board President Arancibia.
Thanks a lot, Isaiah. Thank you very much, Isaiah. Okay. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matters not on the agenda and have 3 minutes to do so, each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation with this.
The first subject that we have 17 total speakers on.
Okay. So let's keep it to 20 minutes, and then whenever we hit 20 minutes, we'll stop right there.
Okay, so speakers, just be mindful, if you take the full 3 minutes, not everybody would get to speak, so.
Just a heads up.
We will be totaling it at 20 and stopping there. Some people may be outside, so I'll
Okay.
call 2 or 3 names at a time, and we have a staff member getting them ready.
Sure.
The first speaker is Catherine Aguilar, and then will be Deborah Nevin. If Ms. Nevin wants to come in and start, that's fine. Oh, okay. Are you Ms. Nevin? You can come and speak first.
Thank you so much for the time. I'm here for the SCPA program, as you probably already figured out. Our ask is simple, but not necessarily easy. We want to keep our 8-period schedule, and we're asking the district to also support the CTE teachers, which will now cost more money, as we know from the recent agreement. We've been hearing rumors for months that the district wanted to put CVH back on a 6-period day. We don't know where this came from. The reasons have varied from money to data, but the Poway and Coronado school districts have figured it out, as well as a large number of San Diego unified schools. The Poway district has the highest teacher salaries in San Diego, and every high school is on some form of an 8-period day. Then we heard it was data, but we just went to WASC accreditation, and our SCPA and the 8-period day were considered 2 of our biggest strengths. It not only allows our serious art students to dive deep into their art, but allows our EL and special ed students room in their schedule to take electives and become invested in our school community. This includes arts and non-arts programs, such as our sports med and gardening program. As for the SCPA program, started in 1979, and for the past 45 years, was built on hourly professional employees. These teachers were paid less, as they were paid by the hour. For the first time in 45 years, the district has agreed to pay these teachers on the same salary scale, and therefore these teachers will cost more. The district sent a memo to principals saying they would not receive additional funding to pay these teachers. This disproportionately affects CVH and the SCPA because we have 15 CTE teachers, each representing a program. Cut a teacher, cut a complete program. The school with the next highest amount of CTE teachers only has 7. Most schools only average 4. So you can see the devastation this could cause a school that prides itself on an in-depth arts experience. The SCPA is the only art school in the district. It's embedded in our district and school culture. It is a source of great pride. It generates income. Over 400 students transfer to CVH for the SCPA program. How will it be decided what gets cut? Schools are always looking for ways to connect and engage students, and we've already figured that out. We have hundreds of kids each year who found a connection to school and community through their chosen art. We just won a $90,000 grant through Save the Music. For our recording technology, we're starting a brand-new video game design, first in the district, only the second in the county, and that's going to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next few years. We have a California CPA grant for 15 years that generates tens of thousands of dollars, and the untold professional partnerships, Signet Theater, which you're going to vote on tonight, and Snapdragon, to name the most recent. Not to mention professional art spaces and equipment that we have, theaters, dance room, rehearsal spaces, art rooms, TV studios. If we cut arts teachers, we will never be able to access the approximately $300,000 a year that is earmarked from Prop 28 funds for CVH. We want to be a part of the solution. We have ideas and believe we can get to win-win if the district can give us a forum for our ideas, and in the meantime, provide time and support to weather this transition. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Catherine Aguilar, and then will be Genevieve Pruitt.
Hola, buenas tardes. Hoy estamos tratando de impedir una decisión final del distrito. Esta eliminación pretendería a los artes conocidos como SUHSD que se encuentran en la preparatoria de Chula Vista. Esta eliminación...
Un momento.
Espera un ratito para que la traductora pueda traducir para
claro.
la persona que no pueda hablar
Claro.
En español.
Gracias.
Si puedes pausar, mi nombre es Yadira Solís para poder interpretarte fielmente.
Sí, claro. Esta eliminación esta eliminación afectaría a varias clases de AP. Esto pasaría si ustedes deciden cambiar nuestros horarios, en cual en vez de 8 clases tendríamos 6. Eliminando el derecho de que nosotros tomamos 2 clases adicionales a nuestros horarios. Todos los estudiantes que venimos de bajos recursos merecemos tener la oportunidad de tomar programas que nos exponen a experiencia universitaria, a un futuro mucho más grande de lo que ahorita tenemos. Nos ayuda y nos prepara, más que nada las clases de AP nos preparan para ser alguien más que un estudiante de bajo recurso. ¿Lo digo?
¿Me lo permites, por favor? The elimination of these classes, having 2 classes cut, would really impact us and the opportunity to have a better experience, which would benefit us to expose us to better academic future, especially with the AVID and the help of many students that would continue to expose students to opportunities to go to the university.
Hoy lo único que les pedimos es que nos escuchen, que nos comprendan y vean lo que nosotros estamos viviendo, las oportunidades que nos han dado hasta el día de hoy. De verdad que nos ayuda bastante. I'm a junior. At the moment, I'm taking 5 AP classes. I've taken 2 in the past year, and I've been exposed to so much. In this past year, by AVID only, I've learned so much, and I would really appreciate it if you guys could open your eyes and see that there's so many students that benefit from all these programs, that benefit from all these teachers that are teaching us, and just opening our eyes to so much more than what we're used to the background we're used to our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Genevieve Pruitt, and then Ken Muraco.
Sorry, 1 second. I apologize, my laptop's working very slow right now.
Good afternoon. My name is Genevieve Pruitt, and I'm here to speak in regards of the removal of 8 periods at Chula Vista High School. Hello, members of the school board. I'm a junior at Chula Vista High School. This year has been a safe haven and a home for me for 3 years now. As I've attended this school, I've developed and grown into the person I've dreamt of being. Chula Vista High School has given me so many opportunities, such as college opportunities and also creative opportunities within the SCPA. The reason I was able to achieve my dreams is because of the flexibility in the schedule with 8 periods. My family has been a part of the Sweetwater district for many years. I've grown to build an understanding of the way things work here. My stepdad was a CTE teacher within the district. My mom was able to serve in many positions for 12 years, along with my grandma who retired after 33 years working here. I understand that there are many factors to consider when it comes to making hard decisions such as this one. I understand that there are many positions at risk and finances to be considered. I also understand that not too long ago, it was voted upon the school board to pay CTE teachers at a full price. I know that Chula Vista High School contains 15 CTE teachers, the reasoning being that they are specialized teachers in their field. I'm here not only to ask you to keep our 8-period schedule, but I'm asking for help. Help in time to figure out how to keep all of our programs and teachers intact. And taking our 8-period schedule is not giving us the time and support we need as a school and as a community. The subject of the matter is that our school has built a culture and a name for itself in the many years that it's been standing, hugely because the SCPA. For a long time, Chula Vista High School has offered 8 periods due to our SCPA program. It has only shown to be beneficial for the students and their futures. There's only a long list of students who have been able to use the SCPA program in 8 periods to build a name for themselves and a career off of the opportunities given. I can speak from experience and say that without this schedule and without these classes, I would be immensely struggling. The time, effort, work, and commitment I've learned from the experiences made me the person I am today. I've grown from a scared freshman to a determined, strong performer and a young lady who has been able to build a name for myself and a pathway to an amazing future. I have a 4.5 GPA, and I'm getting ready to apply to universities in the fall. I'm a club officer and a student leader in several groups. All I have to thank is this school and the opportunities given to me. I can say the same for the many other students who have attended this school and are attending now. Our 8 periods offer college opportunities and art opportunities that are not offered at other schools. Our electives offer classes that build pathways to future, and it is hard in today's society to find opportunities like that. I would really like to emphasize that by taking away our 8 periods, you are taking away our futures. You will take away our passions, our programs, our teachers, and kill the strong culture that Chula Vista High School has built. You will take away our chances to getting into strong colleges and universities. I know mine would be stripped away, and I would be left hopeless. Taking away our 8 periods is taking away all that we have worked for, and also all that the students who have no privileges at all have worked for. Students who have to spend all their time outside of school providing for their families who can barely afford rent. What will they do when you take away their only shot at success? What about the students that use the 8 periods to their full advantages? Students like me who use it as an opportunity to take all the APs and electives I can because I cannot afford a full ride tuition to a prestigious college. Do not take away our opportunities. Help us help you. Help us succeed so we can have you to thank. To end this off, I end it with one last plea to not take away our 8 periods. Thank you, and I wish you all a good night.
Next speaker.
Ken Murioka. And then Hema Poblete.
It has come to my attention that a decision is being made for Chula Vista High School on whether to keep an 8-period schedule or move back to a traditional 6-period schedule. My daughter is a junior at Chula Vista High School. She aspires to go to Berkeley, UCLA, UCSD. She is currently taking AP Physics, AP Computer Science, Engineering, AP English, AP US History, and Pre-Calculus. As a SCPA student, she is also in the Strings Orchestra and the Symphonic Orchestra. She's also a varsity cross-country runner, soccer player, and varsity track runner. She's able to fit all this because of an 8-period day. If it were a 6-period day, she would lose 2 classes. What 2 classes? The STEM classes would help her get into a good university, but she loves to play the violin and would be part of an actual orchestra. Other schools have 0 and 7th periods, but she may be able to do a 0 period, but a 7th period would eliminate her sports. When I attended high school, we had 3 sciences: biology, chemistry, and physics. Today, Chula Vista High School offers 10 different science classes that include engineering and computer science. To get into a good university, it's recommended to take 3 years of a foreign language, 4 years of math, 3 years of laboratory science. There are 37 semesters of required classes to take to graduate from Sweetwater Union High School the Sweetwater Union High School District. If you add in the 2 additional math, the 2 additional foreign language, and the 2 additional science semesters recommended by the UC universities, you end up with 43 units. That leaves only 5 semesters in 4 years to devote to a program like this, Chula Vista SDPA. This would effectively kill or diminish the SDPA program as a whole. Chula Vista High School also has a career pathway program, which they currently have the most completions in the district because they offer 8 periods. These classes include engineering design to sports medicine to numerous AP classes. Being able to take more AP classes can shorten the amount of semesters needed to graduate from a university that can also reduce the amount of money spent on college. The CPA program is what makes Chula Vista High School special. Having 8 periods have given the opportunity for students to be enriched with the arts, culture, and music, and so much more. The world of the SCPA has created Chula Vista High School, at Chula Vista High School should be a model of what high schools should be, which is a balance between liberal arts and STEM. With 8 periods, every student at Chula Vista High School has the opportunity to learn the fine arts. The 8-period schedule is one that offers the best opportunities for students at Chula Vista High School. It will better prepare its students for college and help them choose a career path because of the variety of classes they can take. Students are well-rounded because of the SCPA program. If the board were to consider reducing the Chula Vista High School's class schedule, I would hope that it would take the time to study and make a decision on logical reasons, not just financial. Having an open dialogue with the SCPA staff and administration to seek a solution for hurdles or that trigger the solution and come to a resolution that would best serve the Chula Vista High School student. Thank you.
Emma Poblete. Hema, and then Omar. I know Omar's waiting. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gemma. I'm a booster parent officer at Chula Vista High School Spartan Legion, the kids you just heard who played music outside 5 minutes before the meeting had started. I learned that Chula Vista High School is changing from 8th period schedule down to a 6th period day. You see, Chula Vista High School is not our home school. When Mr. Dewar, our band instructor, came to Mendoza Elementary and convinced us that the SCPA program at Chula Vista Middle and Chula Vista High School is sure to win for college, I went ahead and applied for transfer. I moved my 2 kids as soon as possible after that. I'm sure I'm not the only one who did the same. There's plenty of us. Boosters at every SCPA program would like to see their kids excel academically and stay mentally healthy, not to mention the time, money, and sacrifices of every parent who did in the past up to the present. The SCPA program is where the kids find real friends and the same passion as they grow and become adults. The dance, mariachi, choir, beginning band, orchestra, concert band, marching band, and these marching band perform every 4th of July, parade at Coronado Island, and many more. As a parent, I use the band program to motivate my kids to get high grades. They would even choose band over their cell phones when given a choice as a punishment. By cutting school hours, how will these programs survive? We would like to ask you to make a good and wise decision for the goods of these kids when it comes to cutting school hours. Does school attendance affect school funding? Thank you.
Omar Vergara, and then Karen Horse.
Good evening. Omar Vergara. I'm a parent of a beautiful daughter from Chula Vista High. This is what she wrote. Without the 8-period schedule, you are taking away from these kids the opportunity of having 2 art forms in their curriculum. You are forcing them to choose between the classes that raise their GPA and the ones that are teaching them the language of its country. You are making them pick between the classes that are mandated to graduate and the classes that are going to help them find their passion. And it isn't high school supposed to be about finding out what you are and who you want to be. Don't take away from these kids the opportunity to find who they are. Thank you.
Karen Horse and then Stephen Mooney.
Hello, my name is Karen Horse. I am an alumni of Chula Vista High School and the SEPA. I was an A student, took AP and honors courses, was a 4-year member of the main attraction, 3 years in the New Renaissance. The list goes on, but our time is short. So let's just say I was very involved, and I credit the SEPA as an essential part of becoming who I am today. In my time as a student, 6 periods was the norm, and it simply wasn't enough. I took 7 periods all 4 years in order to fit in as many of the desired classes as I could into my schedule while still completing all of my graduation and SEPA seal requirements. I routinely went to summer school so that I could have just one more elective. There were still classes that I wanted to take that I could not fit into my schedule. Eliminating the 8-period schedule students now enjoy is a step backwards and a serious disservice to current and future students. The SEPA has long been a crowning jewel of the district. Arts education has been shown to improve student performance across the board. From creative thinking and problem solving to motor skills, the arts make a difference. We were always taught that Spartans do the right thing. Now I'm asking you, the board, to do the right thing. The 8-period schedule works, and it is essential to the ongoing success of the SCPA. Thank you.
Stephen, is it Mooney?
After this, we got time, right? Correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
After
time.
this one, this is the last one. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Good evening. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all and hope that my point of view aids in the retaining of the 8-period schedule as it provides opportunity matched not anywhere else around here for people like me, my siblings, my friends, my teachers, and my parents, everybody. I myself am a band student. I march snare, and my older brother did band, and my younger brother did band. And it's made us the people we are. We truly value the arts, and in addition to just the arts, I take a gardening class, I take a social issues and film class, and learn broadly about many subjects and several valuable skills that I couldn't have anywhere else. I have seen time and time again students that don't amount to much, and they take a negative look to learning and to the environment of school and go through a handful of periods, or even just one. All it takes is one elective to really bring out the motivation from someone who seemed like they had none in the first place. It was a really rough time being in COVID, and it was especially a rocky start coming back from it, and I found a place to be at Chula Vista High School with our 8-period day, taking gardening. It's my senior year, and I have been there since online. I have been able to experience the best time of my life through the opportunity given through the 8-period day. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Leah Fuentes?
We have one time for one more speaker. You'll get that cheer when you walk outside, too.
How do I? Oh, okay. Thank you. Hello, my name is Leah Fuentes. I'm a senior at Chula Vista High School, where I am also drama club president. I am here today to speak about the importance of the arts, something that students may not have access to without an 8-period schedule. First off, the arts give us an outlet. The arts are something many kids turn to when they have nowhere else to go. The arts build communities, which are safe havens for many students. Speaking from experience, the arts have always been there for me when no one else was. when things weren't okay at home, when I was being pulled out of class to talk to social workers. I always knew at least I had drama class to look forward to. As someone who's bottled everything up, and as someone who's pretended that things were okay when they really weren't, drama has always been somewhere I could express the feelings I otherwise wouldn't cope with. The arts are vital to give students a voice when they can't use one of their own. As I look back on my high school career, I couldn't imagine not being given the opportunities I was given to be a part of the arts. A school for the creative and performing arts is what Chula Vista High School is, but without an 8-period schedule, it's just a school. The programs our teachers and students have worked so hard to build may slowly die out. So with that being said, I urge everyone not to let the livelihood of Chula Vista High School die out. Don't starve future artists. Everyone deserves to be given the opportunities to at least try the arts, something students cannot do without the 8-period schedule. Thank you.
The next topic, we have 8 speakers that have signed up, so it'll be right around the 20 minutes.
And
So-
the topic is?
Special education.
Okay.
Sophia Moraga,
20, yeah.
perhaps they're outside, and Rosemary Lowry? Rosemary, I'm sorry. Are you Sophia?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Moraga. I am a parent of an 8th grade special education student at Montgomery Middle. I am here today to plead for help. Unfortunately, the IEP has not been followed since he entered 7th grade, and I have been back and forth with the school numerous of times I cannot count. As a result, this has affected his academics and his behavior. He has been suspended numerous of times, which has impacted his grades and has missed out on critical instructions time, which he will never get back. This is not only impacting him at school, but also him at home and our entire family. My son has been bullied not only by students at the school, but administration. At no point should any adult ever put their hands, or in this case, their feet, on any child, regardless. And this is what happened to my son. Minimizing the situation to solving the problem is unacceptable. Instead of providing him the support he needs, they rather suspend, target, and harass him and never remedy the problem. Please, I'm here today to ask for your help. The school is supposed to be a safe environment for my son, but instead, the safe environment has turned into targeting, harassed, being bullied by staff, administration, and students. I plead and begged for additional help and was told I would hear back at the beginning of the semester. I hold the district responsible for anything that happens to my son with his social and emotional behavior. It was shared in an IEP meeting that there were no funds for special education resources, and yet I am here tonight on the agenda, and yet I see here tonight on the agenda increase for salary. Let's consider our kids as priority. This is what we are here to serve. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Rosemary? Dr. Aaron Firma? I said Rosemary, yes. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I am Rosemary Lowry, a parent leader from the neighboring Chula Vista Elementary School District. Today, I stand before you to emphasize the critical importance of adherence to compliance within the education system. In the realm of education, compliance entails the responsibility of school districts and their staff to uphold the laws and regulations set forth to safeguard the well-being of students and their families. These regulations are often implemented to protect our most vulnerable populations, particularly those within the special education community, which my own family belongs. Regrettably, it appears that once again, the burden falls on the broader parent community to educate the various boards across the districts on their obligations and the diverse regulations to which they are bound. A recent instance that caught my attention was a meeting on the Sweetwater procedures, specifically regarding the state-mandated Community Advisory Committee, also known as CAC, for the South County SALPA. It was disturbing to witness a session on a new procedure over which the district and their governing board hold no authority, as per California Education Code 56191. My concern deepened when I received a message from a concerned community member highlighting that an individual expressing interest in the community advisory meeting committee during that meeting was a seated member on the National School Board. This particular school board had to be mandated by the California Department of Education to approve their special education teacher applicant to the CAC. In addition, this would also be a blatant conflict of interest reminiscent of scandals. In our role as parents directly impacted by the local plan of which the CAC advises on, how can we be certain that the district is acting in good faith? How can we be assured that there is no collaboration aimed at dishonestly depriving us as parents in our rights to actively participate in our children's educational planning and advocacy for policies that directly influence our communities and our children's long-term prospects? Parents harbor no hidden agendas. We possess no political aspirations. Our singular goal is crystal clear: the success of our children. Your responsibility is to be accountable to the children and the parents of this community. As your constituents, we implore you, will you be the collaborative partners we seek to achieve the shared objective? As one of your community members, I thank you for your attention to this very urgent matter. Thank you.
Erin Firma, and then Cindy German.
Hi, my name is Dr. Erin Firma. I am also a parent of a kid in special education here in the Sweetwater School District. And I'm actually, Rosemary said pretty much what I was in the spirit of what I was going to say, but I would like to follow up on a few things. Specifically, my job in the community gives me a little bit of a unique perspective with regard to my familiarity with education codes and legal matters, given that I work within the juvenile court system and have to work with teachers and people in the education system. So I am here also to implore you to please do the right thing in forming the state-mandated CAC. That is your responsibility, and you have the sole authority to create per the education code. Specifically, section 56191 gives the board of each district sole authority to appoint CAC members, which are volunteer parents in the community and teachers of special education students. The mandate also specifically states that the selection procedure is only the one that is in accordance with what is in the local plan of the SELPA. It does not authorize each district separately to come up with any kind of procedures on their own. And that is because we have to also consider the spirit of these laws as they're written, not just as they're written, but what the intention is. And the intention is to have every district have the same type of procedure in place when they are approving these members of this very important committee. That is meant to give parents a voice in their kids' education. So it was very disturbing and concerning to myself and other parents to learn that the district was attempting to create a policy and procedure that was not only not mandated by the Ed Code, but also was not put on the agenda despite numerous requests, was not put on the agenda to be presented to you for a vote to even implement. So that's a Brown Act violation. There has been ample time for this to be added to the agenda. I recognize there is a lot going on right now, but I'm asking that this be put on the agenda for the next meeting, and that the board, you all do what you are mandated to do by law and approve those of us who have already made numerous requests to be approved for this committee. Thank you.
Cindy German, and then Lisa Yegan.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Jarman. I am here requesting approval to be appointed to the South Bay SELPA Community Advisory Committee as one of the members for the 5 spots for Sweetwater Union High School District. These are for the students with special, it's a community advisory committee of parents and teachers and staff who are looking out for the special education needs of our students. I have also sent an email letter or 2 emails on December 12th and January 10th recently requesting to be nominated or to be put on the board agenda so I could possibly have one of these 5 spots. Personally, I'm a parent of a 9th grader, at Eastlake High School, and also a sixth grader who will be entering Eastlake Middle School in the fall. Both my children have 504 plans, but they qualify for IEP plans. And I've had numerous, it's very difficult to get your 504 plans and IEP plans implemented. And I think each school, the 29 schools in the Sweetwater district, seem to have their own process for this, at least for the 504s. So I would really like to be on a committee so we could try to get this straightened out. And I have no political agenda. I'm just a parent that likes to be involved in their kids' schools and help all the kids. I'm already on many school site councils. I'm a DLAC rep at SUHSD. I'm on all the PTAs. And there's no parent committee for special education. So I'm just looking for an opportunity to be involved. And I want to collaborate with the teachers and SELPA and the district. And I hope you will put us on the agenda to be approved for one of the 5 spots at Sweetwater for next meeting. Thank you.
Lisa?
Hi, my name is Lisa Yegan. I am passionate about special education rights. I am a special education teacher in another district. I am here to talk to you about the Community Advisory Committee, which is a state-mandated committee that consists of teachers and parents from all 6 school districts. And it encompasses 11,000 students in the South Bay. It has not been established in the South Bay. It is only running in other counties in the South Bay, for instance, North County Consortium or El Cajon. All of those other school districts, if a parent or an educator wants to be nominated to participate in the Community Advisory Committee, their school districts' boards nominate them, and they are working in a robust and very, cohesive committee. However, people here in the South Bay, where we have the most, the highest population of people who are English learners and a high population of students with disabilities and a multi-district committee area, we are not able to have a CAC at all because none of the school districts for over 10 years have established one. And so what has been happening over the past 10 years is there has been, Russell Little has had this wonderful award show that he puts on every year. However, there's a lot more involved than just an award show. The Community Advisory Committee is a committee consisting of all of us working together from different districts for the good of the students with special education by reviewing and advising on the local plan. And the local plan involves $270 million of special education funds that are to be used for special education. And this CAC is supposed to be involved in it. It's state mandated. And my personal school district had to be ordered by the CDE to enable my nomination. And that's how I have been successful. But there's only 3 of us, and we need 19 to make a quorum, and Sweetwater Union High School District has 7 vacant seats, 2 for teachers and 5 for parents. And we have 3 people here who are ready for you to nominate them, and they applied, and we need to work together for the good of our students and make sure that this money is spent wisely and with the people who have disabilities, with their input. Nothing about us without us. And one more thing for Mr. Ringfield, if you have any friends that are passionate about special education, we encourage you to ask them to join us because we also have a student board member vacancy that we would like to fill. Thank you for your time.
Roxanne?
Good evening. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here from the San Isidro District. CAC. Everyone thinks it's just a big art show. Well, guess what? It's not. It's much more than that for the parents with children in special education. I'm here to support my friends and allies, Erin, Cindy, Marie, and Angelica. We came here to ask approval of their CAC membership request. We are working actively into forming the quorum of parent and special education teachers we need to form that CAC. It feels like San Isidro, South Bay, Coronado, Chula Vista, National City, and Sweetwater school districts are working actively for the opposite effect, the non-formation of this CAC. 10 years too many that the 6 southern districts haven't been in compliance. 10 years too many the 6 southern districts haven't came together to form this CAC. But we are here today, we are here now. Give us the approval we need. Board members, we ask for empathy. We want transparency, equal treatment, justice. We won't let barriers come between us. This is a new era of parents and teachers in special education coming together for the sake of our children. We won't sit around and wait for things to get better. We're gonna keep pushing for a change until it gets better. We encourage and support real parents running for board members and support non-endorsed board members. We need board members that, while in the position of power, are there for the right reasons. We need everyone to listen with an open heart and start working together with us, the parents. United we stand. Thank you.
Angelica Martinez. Angelica Martinez, and then Marco A.
Hello, good evening. Community Advisory Committee is an essential committee which has not been fully formed for 10 years. This is not only a disservice to your special education students and their families, but it's not compliant to the California Education Code, which requires CAC oversight to the local plan. This is important to ensure transparency, which is crucial. Moreover, why is the district not approving the current applicants? Why keep this crucial committee not formed? It's required per state requirements. You cannot make your own procedures. That is not the California Ed Code. Sweetwater Board, please do your duty. I respectfully ask you to approve the applicants. Thank you.
Marco A.
Muy buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente, members of the board, superintendent, trustee Ringfield. Good afternoon, good evening once again. I come here first and foremost as a brother of a person with disabilities. I come here as a teacher in solidarity with parents of children with disabilities. I come here as someone that has seen firsthand the decades, even as my time as a student at Mar Vista High, the decades of negligence that students with disabilities have suffered through at Sweetwater Union High School District. Now, I know the studies, I've seen the scholarly work, I do the scholarly work. Special education, the negligence and mistreatment of kids with disabilities is a systemic national issue. You're not the only district that neglects kids with disabilities, but you do it. You do it. Just because everyone else does it doesn't mean, hey, I get to wash my hands off of it. I looked on your website, the last CAC meeting that you had, at least that you had a posted agenda for, a very simple meeting. It was for going over IEP rights. It was in 2019. 2019. Now you might say, oh, but the pandemic. No, but the pandemic. Who was the community? Who was the community by and large that was mostly impacted by the pandemic? It was people with disabilities. You start to put the intersections of people with disabilities that are low income. You start to put at the intersection of people with disabilities that are black or brown. You start to put at the intersection people with disabilities that are trans-border. And you then get a very nasty picture. You have at this school district teachers with 28 students on their caseload, teaching 5 different classes, 4 or 3 different subjects. I get the frustrations of the parents. It's effed up all around. from every single angle. But let me say this, that in the history of disability studies, in the history of the movement towards a less ableistic society, it has been parents, not teachers, parents at the forefront of that struggle, not teacher unions, parents at the forefront of that struggle. And I, as a teacher, stand with them all the way.
That concludes the speakers on these topics. I'll now move into just the miscellaneous topics. Lucy Ugarte. Miscellaneous topics under public, non-agenda items.
Good evening, Board. Out of respect for the community, the parents, and the students who could not speak regarding the 8-period day, I will not be speaking. I'll email you my comments, and I will let my membership know. Thank you.
Michelle Beal.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, and Mr. Ringfield. I hope you all enjoyed your holiday gift from me, which was no Michelle Beal at the December meeting. So you guys all got a break and got to go home early. Don't worry, I didn't pull too many items tonight, so consider that my New Year's gift to you. On Friday, January 26th, at the high school, middle school head counselor meeting, the question was asked, will the district continue offering the California graduation plan to seniors, or will the district revert back to 44 credit graduation plan as previously stated? The answer that we as counselors received was that the matter was still being discussed and the data was still being evaluated and a decision would be made soon. As counselors, we of course want all of our students to graduate, but we also want to make sure that as our students graduate that they are prepared academically, socially, financially, and even artistically for post-secondary educational institutions or training programs, because we all know that a negative experience in college often determines if a student continues in that program. Which brings us to a few questions. What specific data is the district using to determine if we will continue to offer the California grad plan? Is the district solely looking at our own internal data? For example, the number of credit deficient students, the overall success or failure of our credit recovery programs? Or is the district also looking at how well our students who have graduated on the California grad plan are faring in their post-secondary educational institutions? It would seem appropriate that the district take all data into consideration to ensure that a decision is being made that is truly in the best interest of our students, not only while in Sweetwater, but beyond Sweetwater. That's a commitment that I think we make to our students. While we understand that a decision is still being finalized, we also want to remind the district that counselors are currently immersed in pre-registration, and decisions regarding graduation plans will of course affect course requests and as such may then affect data needed to appropriately staff schools in the fall. Of course, as counselors, we are able to see how many of our students are struggling to complete Apex credit recovery courses and as a result may not graduate, even on the California grad plan. We again respectfully ask you to reconsider reinstating some learning centers next year, as they have successfully offered students an opportunity to complete a 44 credit graduation plan. While those are my prepared comments, the one thing I do want to say is that I'm extremely proud to see the advocacy of the students here at Chula Vista High School. I think it speaks volumes when kids are going to take time away from their day to come and speak to you, not about lessening their day, but about increasing their day and giving them more classes. As counselors, I can tell you that we often complain about having to schedule 8 periods a day because it is time intensive and it's extremely exhausting. But I think in the end, if you asked any counselor, would you take it on because it was worth that much more to the kids, we'd all say yes.
Tracy Zabel.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Zabel, and I work in the accounting department, and this is the accounting department team with me. We're here to talk to you tonight about the difficulties we're having since the beginning of the year with the Infor business system. Our district transitioned to N4 computer system in July of '23, and it's understood that TrueCourse needed to be retired and that N4 is a better accounting system. It is, however, much slower than TrueCourse, and its performance is not operating at the level the accounting department needs. It is impossible to input invoices in N4 at the speed we were able to do in TrueCourse. The system takes longer to input and to do the research that is needed for some invoices. Invoices inputted in the months of June and July that were not paid, that were supposed to roll into the N4 system, if a check wasn't issued at the time when we rolled into the new year, most of those invoices did not roll well into the N4 system, and they sat there aging, just causing a lot of issues for us. Accounting was unable to work proficiently in N4 due to complications and errors in all throughout August and early September. Invoices were stacking up, but we still could not get anything done on a regular rate. On December 14th of 2023, an MOU for short-term support for the accounting department was approved and passed by the board. Overall, the support staff has been a benefit to the accounting department. A few accounts have been removed from credit hold. However, the additional support staff has focused primarily on processing invoices for the vendor Office Depot. Therefore, other vendor accounts continue to fall behind and stacks of invoices continue to grow. No matter what we work on, we need to be working on something else at the same time. We struggle to get just one thing done when we're constantly being pulled in different directions because everything is a priority at this point. We are overwhelmed, tired, and stressed. This is not going to get any better with time. It's only going to get better with more people. It should also be noted that the accounting department has been asking for additional staff for years. Even before the transition to N4, we were struggling to stay current with our vendors. We were told that more than 3 years ago that at least one person would be added to our staff, and that did not happen. There is still a vacant desk, a vacant position that, if filled, would help our department's workload tremendously. Additionally, responsibilities were added to the already overworked staff with additional personnel, without additional personnel. We are constantly being asked by other departments and sites to perform tasks that do not fall within our classification responsibilities, nor our department's duties. Additionally, accounting is now responsible for duties previously handled by other departments, such as revolving cash and bank deposits are just a few of them. Each of us is proud to work and do the work that we do individually and as a team. We have had our ups and downs through the years, but we've always been able to get the work done, and it is no longer possible. We have had an unmanageable and overwhelming number of invoices incoming daily, yet the district continues to place orders, only adding more invoices to our issues that keep coming along. Do you want to take over from here since you're the next person?
Ali Hodges?
Right here. Right here.
I'm sorry, where? I got lost.
It's right here. We're overwhelmed and understaffed department.
Okay. Every one of us has been working overtime on a regular basis between 10 and 18 hours weekly, but that is still not enough to handle the amount of work we currently have. There is no other department in this district facing the challenges and struggles that accounting deals with on the daily. And today, we want to be heard and be given the permanent support we so direly need. We do not need temporary assistance. We need additional permanent accounting assistants hired for our department. It is important to note that we have exhausted every avenue we had before coming here today. We are concerned because all our accounts are past due, and we need to have a resolution to this as soon as possible so that the district can maintain a good relationship with our vendors and so they can continue servicing our community, our students, our parents, and our teachers. We thank those who are here today in support of the accounting department. Thank you.
Quentin Rivera?
Do I have to click a button? Or?
Nope, just speak.
Okay. Hello, my name is Quentin Rivera, and I'm here to talk about mental health of students. I could talk all day about studies from colleges and universities that show numbers increasing of mental health because of extracurricular classes and activities. But I look outside today and I see students holding signs and cheering, and I haven't seen a group of students so united like that before, but yet here they all are together supporting something so big. When I was a freshman, I didn't have much motivation in myself. My mental health was at an all-time low, and I had nothing to do. I was bored on my phone, sitting around, doing nothing. But then I got convinced into go drama. And the more I was in that class, the more I learned how to communicate, to express myself, to show my real emotions. Instead of bottling up emotions that I've kept for years, I talked about it. I showed it through acting, through writing, through drawing. My mental health went up, skyrocketed. And I've seen that in my peers. I see them before they get into these extracurricular classes. And then once they're in their senior year, they're everywhere. They're like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be an engineer. I'm going to be a Broadway actor. It's amazing. There's so much light in students' eyes when they're doing these clubs and classes. You see how hard they've worked, how they've built themselves up to become so confident and so strong in themselves. And they spread that light to multiple other students that may not see it yet. And, you know, when COVID hit, you know, we could all see it. People felt isolated. People felt alone. But now that we're coming back and people are collaborating with each other, they're talking and they're doing it through the arts, you see them growing. You see them doing what they possibly thought in the future that, or in the past, that they couldn't do. But now here they are achieving their goals, making new goals. I think it's truly powerful. I think it's a strong message, showing how much extracurricular classes, just they build people's futures. But that's my time. Thank you.
Evelina Marino.
Hello, I am Evelina J. Moreno, EJ, and I am a senior at Chula Vista High School and vice president with Joshua Lopez in production drama. I will be speaking about the 8-period block schedule at CVHS changing to a 6-period schedule next year.
We capped out at 20 minutes and everything for the earlier presentation, so.
I was on the topic of mental health.
But that's actually, what you're doing is just going back to the topic of, we just had a speaker, actually, the speaker before you do the same thing. We extended it to the 20 minutes. We have to move on the agenda. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I would just like to say, just mental health, it has helped a lot.
Yeah.
It's very important, not just to me, but to several other students.
And we hear you loud and clear, and you know what? We're going to sit down. I'm going to sit down and talk with the superintendent. We're going to find a resolution for this to see how best we can get through this. Okay? Promise you that.
There's another speaker, Yanni Avila. Is that also from Chula Vista High? Because they put mental health as well. Okay. He said he's not talking about the 8-period schedule. Yanni Avila?
Hello, my name is Yanni Avila. I'm a senior at Chula Vista High, and I am here to talk about mental health, and I am not here to talk about the 8-period schedule more than anything. I'm here for the teachers. I'm here because even if we do get our 8th period scheduled, we don't know if we're gonna have enough money to keep him. And honestly, the amount of jobs that are gonna be lost just from that, it's
Yanni, I'm sorry, ma'am. I have to be consistent, you know what I'm saying? So
no
we have to close it up and we've got to move forward in the schedule, okay?
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alberto Martinez. Don't normally concede time.
I like what Mr. Ringfield said at the beginning. If we students don't advocate for our education, who will? Well, I'm a parent, and I'm here to advocate for my son who has special needs. So I'm going to read right here what the United States Department of Education Office for Civil Rights really quick. On July 19, 2022, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights issued guidance called Supporting Students with Disabilities and Avoiding the Discriminatory Use of Student Discipline under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. So Section 504, disability discrimination means excluding, denying benefits to, or otherwise discriminating against someone based on disability. It includes relying on stereotypes, generalizations, assumptions about a student based on their disability or about individuals with disabilities generally when making decisions about a student's education. So reasonable modifications. In the discipline context, reasonable modifications could include not applying a particular policy to a student with a disability for disability-based behavior or adapting a school policy to support students' behavioral needs. Discriminatory different treatment. To provide equal opportunity, schools sometimes must treat students with disabilities differently than students without disabilities, such as providing FAPE and making reasonable modifications. So basically, my child was accused of something, and he was not given the opportunity to defend himself before Ms. Finley was already telling me my son would be suspended with the possibility of expulsion. This happened on Wednesday, January 17th. My son was accused of doing something that he did not do. It was misunderstood. I don't know if there was video cameras there, but till this day, I haven't been told there was. I don't understand. So let me just continue. That same evening, she called so excited, telling me my son had done something so horrible, he would most likely be expelled. How could she do that? Why didn't she care to ask my son's side of the story? Why not? Why not? Want me to tell you why? Because she doesn't care. I asked that a survey be done through a third party to see how many other parents are having issues with her irregularities. Some parents may just be too scared to come or complain. I don't understand. Why would my son be blamed for something without hearing his side of the story? How can that happen? I've never seen that in court. I'm assuming that the judge hears two stories and then they make a decision. In this case, she heard one story. She called me that evening. My son is suspended 5 days with the possibility of expulsion. Till this day, I have not been invited to a meeting. I have not seen any evidence. Thank you so much.
Janice Gilmore. Lilia Porter? Oh. Are you Janice? Yes. Okay.
I'm Janice Gilmore. I'm the librarian at Chula Vista High School. This has nothing to do with the schedule. It has to do with that our leadership is so brand new. And we have a brand new principal. We lost an assistant principal. Our one assistant principal's only been there for 6 months. We've had one there for 2 years and one for 3 years. So our total experience of our leadership team and the history of our school is 5.5 years. We've had so much change. And I'm here on behalf of the SEA reps about our contract, and we feel like our contract language is not being followed. That's it. Thank you.
Lilia Porter.
Hi. I was going to talk about the 8-period day, so instead I just want to say please listen to the students who showed up tonight. They put a lot of work into this presentation, and it means a lot to them. Thank you.
Mary Doyle?
Hi, a little change of subject, but good evening, trustees and school board president Arancibia and Superintendent Aguirre and staff, former colleagues and current friends, and community members. My name's Mary Doyle. I'm a resident of IB and a retired, almost 2 years, Mar Vista High School teacher and former member of the illustrious South Bay Union School Board. I come in peace, and I don't think my request will cost much money. I'm here to discuss and request board action on the current pollution and the hazards our students, as well as the rest of the South Bay community, endure living and studying on the shores of a huge and unresolved, untreated ocean sewage tragedy. Of course, we've all heard about it, read it in the news, followed the progress, seen the signs, and smelled the receding tides. It seems every political entity in the South Bay and San Diego has raised a voice in distress over this huge failure to public health. News sources too, including San Diego's region's mayors, city councils, Congress, state and national representatives, as well as strongly worded editorials in the UT and other news sources. I'm relieved these folks have woken up to this disaster. I wrote President Biden in October, and I received a long single-space response from the appropriate federal agency, detailing the efforts, expenses, and work planned. I thank the squeaky wheels, the elected officials, the groups and organizations that will not drop this subject, from IB Mayor Paloma Aguirre to Wild Coast to children in the South Bay Union elementary schools who wrote letters. Thank you. I feel it's time for school boards across this South Bay region to take a stand as well, be it a resolution or letter like our San Diego mayor's or some school board endorsed proclamation. Our children are particularly at risk. Sweetwater has 3 high schools located within a few miles of the closed beaches and the frothing, aerosolizing foam. A study from Scripps UCSD published last March reports that at least 2/3 of the aerosolized bacteria in IB's air are from the contaminated ocean. These aerosols travel long distances. So these microbes are aerosolized into the very air our students are breathing. Additionally, of course, there are no visits to the beach, junior lifeguard programs, surf camp either. Last summer was such a sad, empty time in IB. I'm not sure what Sweetwater's policy is for team practices and competitions on the beach either. The sand is also contaminated. I urge this board to lead your colleagues in taking an institutionalized stand against this mess. Every bit of publicity, every plea for help, every cry of concern can catalyze change. Please use your collective voice to contribute to this movement for a clean ocean, pure air, and healthy children. I visited South Bay Union School Board this month already. Okay. So my goal is to visit other school boards, and I'm requesting that you work together to use your power to also add to the voice, all the voices in this district, in this area. Thank you.
Sean Hanashiro?
I have to lower the mic for my height. Good evening. So my topic's about putting students first. I won't mention certain programs, but I do teach at a certain high school that was outside. Also not going to mention that. But anyway, so putting students first is our district motto. And I think that you're beholden to that as board members. And if you are true to that district motto, putting students first means exactly what? Putting students first. Putting students first, like Isaiah Ringfield. Putting students first, like the students that you heard in Folklorico. Putting students first that you heard in band and orchestra, choir. I can keep going on and on until my 3 minutes are up, but I'll stop there. But also what's not mentioned are students who are English learners. I've taught at another high school with only 6 periods. I know I'm not supposed to talk about that. But anyway, it's more opportunities for the students because it really is putting them first and not just in ELD remedial classes to catch them up to reclassify them as English proficient. It's allowing them to participate in the many programs that many schools have. And instead of criticizing one school with the 8 programs, I mean 8 periods, I'm not gonna mention which one, but perhaps take that successful program and expand it across the entire district. If you want positive media coverage, do that. If you want negative media coverage, continue doing your current status quo. Outside, there's a report from NPR. Outside, there's a report from Fox News, and I believe 8 or 10, I couldn't quite tell. I'm not very good with numbers, that's why I teach history. Anyway, so going back to the putting students first, if any of those CTE teachers leave, and they're not part of the RIF group I was, so I've cycled through the district to see what the best and the worst of this district has to offer. The school site I'm currently at, if I leave, so be it. If you lose any one of those CTE teachers, you're losing not only great educators, but leaders in the business. And for some of you, you came from the business world, and you know what vital education you have outside the classroom brings to education for students K through 12. The last part is you love showcasing positive media coverage, like the San Diego Wave game during a halftime show. Our Ballet Folklorico performed perfectly. If you want more of that, keep the status quo at a certain high school I won't mention. Thank you very much for your time.
Chandra Goodnow? Chandra. Yes, non-agenda items. No, it's non-agenda items?
But I'm not allowed to speak to what that item was.
Okay,
So I'm now on 2 different.
okay. Samantha Rivera? No Samantha? Tatiana Tirado?
Do I press? Thank you. Hello, I am the president of Chula Vista High School's Academic Decathlon Group, and I was inspired today to share parts of my speech with you today that we recently performed on Saturday and will be receiving awards for on Friday. Our district's motto has always been putting students first, and yet we are currently going through a situation in which the most important thing is monetary expenses. Students need schedule availability in order to take AP classes and IEP classes, as well as electives, in which they can learn multiple skills that are hard to obtain in other places. As an example, ELD students. Taking drama has helped multiple students to practice their opportunity to interact with other students, to help better their English speaking abilities that they don't exactly get in English learning classes. There are more than 12 amazing teachers hired at our school under the Creative and Technical Education program that we will lose if we don't get to keep our 8-period schedule for something as simple as saving a few dollars. Our teachers have been here at Chula working for years to get us associated with other outside groups, such as the Signet Theater program, to help us outside of school after we graduate. We would not have these opportunities anywhere else, and I believe our school is one of the only ones that gives us this opportunity in general. The arts programs help with much more than just having a fun outside thing to do that is a break from these hard classes that we get to take. Not every school has AP art history or AP computer science, but we get to take these because our teachers offer them as an opportunity because we have this room in our schedules. Losing this program isn't just about money or jobs to any of us. It's about something we all stand for as creators, something that is special to us because we can make the world beautiful and colorful. As a student, I have mental, emotional problems that stem from all over the place, and it's hard for me to manage things as simple as speaking to other people sometimes. But these programs have helped me to grow as a person and gave me the will to want to be more open with others. I never would have gotten that anywhere else, and because of it, school became somewhere for me to be happy, to escape my problems instead of being one of the many problems I have. We need to work together to keep this program because it brings us all together and it gives students the opportunity to be close in a way no other program can. There are many ELD students who can't speak very well with other students, and yet they can come together in order to make these bonds because of these programs that have them interact in a way that they would otherwise be too scared to do together. Thank you.
No further speakers. Your microphone's off. But yes, I'll read the consent agenda.
Thanks.
Item F3 pulled by staff. Item F6 pulled by the public. Item F7 by the public. Item F8 by the public. Item F9 by staff and the public. Item F10 by the public. Item K5 by Ms. Lopez Zepeda. Item M2 by Mr. Segura. Item P3 by staff. And item Q3 by the public.
Do I have a motion to?
So moved.
Second. Do I have a second? Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Move to F3, report on board request for information and policy direction to staff and board communication. Go ahead.
Good evening. Here we go. Good evening and buenas noches to everyone. I hope everybody has had a productive start of the year and the semester. This month, I just did a couple things. I visited Hilltop Middle School's Safety Fair, where the students learned about the resources available from various community safety organizations. I also visited a classroom in which they were learning about and implemented safety procedures in case of a school emergency. And then over the weekend, I volunteered to be a judge for the VEX robotics competition at Montgomery High School. Wonderful, wonderful experience. I would recommend anybody who has time to please invest that day. I also visited Chula Vista High School. I was invited by Ms. Gallagher to visit the school. I listened to concerns about the possibility of not having an 8-period day. I also received a tour of the school. Most importantly, I want to thank the students, the teachers, the parents, and the alumni for reaching out via email, which were many, many. And I read every email and I try to respond. I have not responded to my emails today, so there's a couple of them. And based on that, Superintendent Aguirre, I respectfully request that a collaborative team be formed of district personnel and Chula Vista High School staff to evaluate student data, enrollment, and finances for the feasibility of continuing with the 8-period day or to arrive at other options. Okay. Again, the information, the perspectives that were shared in a very, how would I say, in a professional manner. And I love the advocacy that is being done by the students. And they are learning to advocate for themselves in a very positive format. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Sure, I'll be real quick. So I was able to visit Alta Vista Academy. It was a couple weeks ago. I met the principal, Principal Grove there. We visited we visited every teacher that was there and every professional that was there to help the students. And It's a very unique campus, I'm sure, and I would highly recommend other trustees to go visit the site and learn the history and learn where they're at and where they're heading. So I met Misty Cheers. I was hoping Mrs. Cheers would be here. I met Misty Cheers, before Hey Matters, she was in the last room. Every teacher there or anybody there spoke highly of Misty Cheers and Teacher of the Year. So she's very humble individual, and I was really glad to visit that school and meet students and teachers and administration alike. And that's it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Marty.
Sure, thank you very much. Isaiah had mentioned at the very beginning of this meeting that we've had a pretty good turnout for our voter registration drive. We spent 2 days at Chula Vista High School gathering 324 registrations, and then this past week we were at Hilltop High School. Great bunch of people, really enjoyed being in the classroom with students, hearing their thoughts about politics and the issues that are important to them there. And we got another couple hundred students registering. We will be at Bonita Vista High School this Thursday from about 8 in the morning until 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and look forward to working with the students and staff and helping the cause of democracy. We are supported by the League of Women Voters with training and materials from the Registrar of Voters. So we want to thank them also for this collaboration. We think it's going to be very successful, and I'm driving around with thousands of voter registration forms in the back of my car. By golly, we're going to be optimistic about getting them all filled in. And thanks so much, Isaiah, for your leadership on this. Of course, it was an editorial that he had published in the Union Tribune a few months back, talking about the need to get young people more engaged in the political process. And the first step, of course, is to get registered to vote and go out there and make a difference. And you're making a big difference. So thanks for your leadership.
Thank you.
Mhm.
No further comments? Then I guess we'll move on to F6.
Mr. President, we actually need to do P3 first.
P3.
Staff would request we do P3 first.
Approving revised board bylaw 9150, student board members effective of January 2024.
Yes, President Arancibia. So this item would in essence revise the student trustees' participation in board meetings to align with newly adopted state legislation, where in essence student representatives such as Mr. Ringfield, whoever sits in that seat, would be eligible for monetary payment, compensation, and or the ability to have academic credit. It would be up to the student to select which option they would. And the theory behind that is that there may be students who would like to participate, but perhaps need to have a job or some other way of having remuneration. So the thought behind this is to make sure that that is not a consideration for those who may be interested in participating at that level, still going through the process. So that is a context, and that's why we brought this.
Can I move to approve?
Just real quickly, I would, as you know, the high level, not only Mr. Ringfield here, but the high level of student trustees that we have here has been incredible, and the amount of work they do has been incredible, so I fully support this. And we'll make the motion, or second your motion,
I'll
sir.
second, I'm gladly second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
So now we move on to F6 then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll continue on with F6, item F6.
I have one speaker, Chandra Goodnow.
Good evening. Vice President Lopez Zepeda, thank you so much for your words and for going out to visit Chula Vista. I was going to speak to table the raises tonight because we used to meet as a board twice a month. And with all the confusion and fear-mongering around the schedule and the lack of transparency, despite systems being in place like FAC and the school site committee and voting, all those items were bypassed. I think the board is an amazing checks and balances. I think it's an important role, and I definitely want you guys to have your due. I arrived at school at 7:30 this morning. It's 7:30 at night. I had to wait longer because I couldn't speak to the issue that I wanted to speak to. And I would like to think, and I'll be back for F9, but I would like to think that we would be better at communicating, and you said you reached out to people, and I know for a fact that people said that you had, but nobody said their question was answered. And right now, master schedule's being developed, so it's timely, and 2 meetings a month would have been super helpful, so we could have addressed it. We didn't come last month because our previous principal told us it was not an agenda item. And then Southwest was here, and to our, dismay, we weren't heard. So I just want to maybe have that be a consideration before we vote on raises. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Ringfield, for your work.
To be clear, I just want to be clear, there wasn't anything on the agenda last meeting as well. There was nothing on the agenda. People brought it just like you did right now, just like Chula Vista did right now, and they brought it to discuss, but there was nothing per se on the agenda.
But they have resolution, right? They know what's happening with the master schedule?
I'll defer to the soup.
So again, this is a matter that there's ongoing conversation for both campuses that have the 8 period day.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We'll move on to F7.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
So each board meeting, I come here and I highlight the cumulative total of settlement agreements being paid for this school year. And in each board meeting, I try to stress the significance of why I highlight the totals. Speaking to this agenda item is an attempt to have the district management and staff always look at and reevaluate what we are and what we are not doing to provide students services to students with disabilities and overall to all of our students. I realize, much like Marco has said, this is not something that's specific to our district, and this is something that is across all districts. I think that any time that we look at things, and I couldn't be happier to hear the number of speakers that came out about this tonight as well, we always need to sit down and look at what can we do to improve the services that we're providing our students. Primarily because when I think of Sweetwater, I'd like to think that when we look at how we service our students, we have in mind that we are providing the best educational experience for them.
Move to ratify?
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item F8.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
On behalf of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association bargaining team, we would like to say thank you for working together until late into the evening to finalize agreements that will provide our members with a much-deserved 9% salary increase, a $2,000 increase to benefits, and the continued acknowledgement and a recognition of the work we do as counselors and our contributions to schools. It is, however, unfortunate that some perceive bargaining with SCGA to be challenging, when in fact, SCGA, like all the other associations in this district, only seeks to bargain a contract that includes fair wages, improved benefits, and a supportive work environment. As we move forward into bargaining once again, SCGA, as always, will continue to bargain in good faith with our members' best interests at the forefront.
No
Move
further
to approve.
speakers. Oh.
Is that a motion or is that? Oh, yes, I'll second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I think that moves us to F9.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have 6 speakers to this item. Michelle Beal.
So every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before a board meeting, my phone rings and dings off the hook with individuals calling to discuss board agenda items, and this weekend was no different. I can't tell you how many times I heard about F9 and F10. And of course the question, Michelle, are you going to speak on these items? Someone needs to. To which I responded, well, maybe that someone is you. Sadly, the standard response that I received was, oh no, not me. I'm afraid of being targeted and retaliated against for speaking up. So I guess I'm okay. This left me wondering, not whether or not you deserve a salary increase, Dr. Aguirre, but more importantly, why do staff feel like they can't come here and address the board without fear? I think when we look at the people who represent us, which I guess it was kind of changes my communication, because I think you had a number of people come and speak up tonight. So I'd like to make sure that when people come here and they speak and they know that they're being listened to and that they're not in fear for what will happen to them for simply bringing forth concerns that are of significance to them, whether it be their student, whether it be the student or a staff member. One of the things that we did in years past when we were highlighted in the news, not necessarily for positive, but we had the opportunity, and previous superintendents and management gave the opportunity to do kind of listening tours at the schools and gave staff an opportunity to just kind of be candid about things that they had going on. We were able to do surveys to be able to share what we felt was important, and it might be appropriate to see if that's something that we can look at reincorporating into our whatever we're doing, just to get a sense of what the culture and climate is and how we can improve on it. Because I think that no matter what we do, we can always improve on what we're doing.
Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Arancibia, trustees, Mr. Ringfield, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. I would be remiss if I did not address the item before you regarding the increase to the superintendent's salary. When Dr. Aguirre was promoted to superintendent in April of 2021, the salary represented anywhere from a 20 to 28% increase depending on the step from which he was placed as an assistant superintendent. Since becoming superintendent, he has had a 6% increase in May of 2023 and now a 9% increase in salary. And while the argument can be made that those increases reflect the 3%, and 9% ongoing increases of educators in the district, there's a privilege in gaining those increases. SEA members have to fight in order to gain any increases to their salary and benefits, while the superintendent does not. As we enter into negotiations for our successor agreement, it would be prudent for all involved to remember this and the fact that these percentages are very different salary numbers for a teacher making far less than the superintendent. Thank you for your time.
Marco Amaral.
I have some experience in this arena. As was stated by Ms. Beal, President Beal, my apologies. It's not whether you're deserving of $275,600. As I told a previous superintendent of a school board of another school district, you're worth $2 million, $10 million. Shoot, you're worth $100 million, Superintendent Aguirre. And I don't say that facetiously. I mean it. I mean, like, you know, every single person in here is worth $1 billion to me, right? But we need to work with our reality. And you could say, in good faith, he deserves the raise. There might be arguments to be said in good faith that you don't deserve the raise. That's besides the point. That's besides the point. You see where the COLA is projected. You see the projections for the state in the next coming years. Take those seriously, board. And again, this goes to the board, not to Superintendent Aguirre. I should know. You are in control of that salary. You're in control even whether Superintendent Aguirre gets the Me Too or not. We effectively, 3 members of the board at another school board, effectively stopped a prior superintendent from getting that raise. They're her last 2 years. It is incumbent upon you to do so. That ended with that superintendent leaving because they felt unappreciated, but that's okay. That's completely okay. Sweetwater, Superintendent Aguirre, if you do not feel that $260,000 is enough, you are in your right to leave and find, as they say in capitalism, a more competitive market. But that goes to the essence here, to the main problem here. Superintendent Aguirre, you are not the CEO of a company. I know that in many associations like AXA and even in CSBA, you're taught to see the superintendent in some workshops as the CEO. But that you are far from that. You are the leader of a public, democratic institution in a low-income community, and you must be humble enough to serve that community. And I'm sorry to say, but $275,600 does not reflect that.
Gretel Rodriguez.
Hi, evening. I'm Gretel Rodriguez. Thank you for listening to my words tonight. I do want to take a moment. Ana Garcia and Joe Gonzalez need more than a moment. Ana Garcia was an amazing teacher in our district, soft-spoken, nice to everyone on staff. Joe Gonzalez fought fearlessly for his students every time we were in a meeting or we had grades to do. He always extended that time, and he fought really hard for our special education students, and I want to honor them tonight because losing them is an impact and a huge loss, and they're worth $1 million, and they had to fight for their salary, so I want to take a moment to thank them. This salary thing, I love the points that were already made. I think what bothers me the most, because when I'm thinking gender and I'm thinking women and I'm thinking credentials, I get that you all said, hey, he doesn't need an administrative credential. He doesn't even need a teaching credential. You felt that he was qualified as is. But when we talk about our teachers and letting them go, like right now at LVA, they're asking us how many credentials we have to keep our job. But the superintendent doesn't need it. And I'm worried about that. That bothers me. PhD people, I got a 20-minute lecture from my principal that I have to call him doctor. And I'm like, fine, but call the next door neighbor, Dr. Aubrey too, and then also pay us on a salary if we get a PhD on that. I don't even want to be an avid teacher right now because I would telling them to go to college is going into debt. Look at all these beautiful babies that are fighting to get credentialed, to get the qualifications that they need to expand. But we're lying to them when we say, hey, but you don't need it to get what you get paid for. And honestly, I would have preferred you having that credential. Because right now, when I'm trying to teach ethnic studies, you all decided that I have to have a social studies credential, even though the state does not require it. There's other districts that are having English teachers teach it, math teachers teach it, because the state doesn't require a credential, not even a micro-credential. It's up to the district to make that decision. Yet here I'm working and I'm talking to someone that wasn't required a credential, but you're telling me after I took 2 classes at CSUN, have a micro-credential, I teach workshops in ethnic studies, I help teachers create lesson plans, and I've taught ethnic studies way before it was even called ethnic studies. And yet this district is saying, no, your superintendent doesn't need a credential. But you, my dear Gretel, you're peasant, you do require one. And that is not okay. Thank you.
Chandra Goodnow.
Hi, board, again, thank you for your time. Superintendent Aguirre, I respectfully request that we table the item about the raise. I did not have any desire to come here today and speak to this issue. But LCAP 4, we only have 4, and the 4th one is coherent and transparent systems. And we took a lot of people's time because we couldn't be honest and use the systems that are in place. And I think until we can do that, we need to table the raise, respectfully.
Tom Leet.
Good evening, Board, President, Superintendent. I'm Tom Leet. I'm a teacher at East Lake High School and also the treasurer of the SEA. And as I was reading about this item, reading the justification about everybody else in the district got a raise, so the superintendent's going to get a raise. And on its face, that seems like decent logic. But then you think about it, and just I had this emotional response like, ugh, we're behind again. Pick a salary for him. And I remember when you hired this superintendent, you picked a salary for him. And it felt like it was a number just drawn out of the air, just like thrown out of a hat. Like I have no idea why that number came up. And that is a moment where, you know, your superintendent, I mean, I don't even remember if that number was higher than what the previous superintendent made or not, because I don't think that was even discussed. But it felt like that was a moment where like the superintendent got a Benny, right? Superintendent got appointed at a certain salary. And then from that point forward, it's been everybody else got a raise, the superintendent gets the matching raise. And when I say like we're behind, it's like the superintendent of this district gets a raise when he gets appointed, and then also gets the raises that we fight for too, which leaves all of us on this side of the dais always behind by one raise. I mean, if they got it, he gets it, is fair that way, then how come he got it, they get it, doesn't happen? Like when the superintendent gets appointed and that's at a higher level, how come the rest of us don't get that same bump at the same time? So, you know, it's tough financial times, and you're gonna find a lot of people outside this room that are struggling. And I look at the dollar number we're talking about for this raise, and I think, holy shnikes, like that's the entire annual salary of somebody making minimum wage, and that's just the raise. And then I think, I moved to San Diego to take a job as a postdoctoral researcher at UCSD, and that was my annual salary. This raise was the salary I had when I moved here to raise a family of 3, which became a family of 4 before I was done with that job. I know that was 20 years ago, but I mean, so my ask is that you, the board, give us, the public, a better justification for why the superintendent needs a raise than simply we're matching what everybody else got. This is the head of the ship. And I'm not saying that the superintendent has done anything wrong. I think, in fact, I'll say last 2 rounds of bargaining I thought have been productive and better than under the previous superintendent, and I'm thankful for that. But the public needs a better justification for this, all right? And in my last 15 seconds, Mr. Ringfield, and I say that with all sincerity, I've been listening to these board meetings for a long time. That was the most interesting student representative report I've ever heard. And there's nothing I respect more than those who speak truth to power. Keep doing it.
No further speakers.
Do we have a motion?
Well, I don't have a motion, but I'll have a comment first. So I know I could just make a motion, we can get on with it, but I truly believe that Superintendent Ageti, who is my only employee here at the district, and as well as all yours, as you're aware of, and I believe he's a very humble man. And I know, you know, I've seen the work that he's done over the last several years, or since we've hired him, and he was an interim. I've been very impressed with that. I believe he's a very good leader. I'm not going to get into the politics of he got this, you got that. That's always going to happen no matter what, because that's just politics and that's negotiations. And so with that, I truly believe he's deserving of this, with his leadership, and being able to listen and to all people, and come up with a decision, and also in conferring obviously with us, and keeping very good communication with us as the board. And it's a tireless job, just like anybody who's in education. It's exhausting. But I support this as it's written, so I don't want to make a motion. I don't know if anybody wants to.
Now that you said something, I'm going to say something, because I want to be very clear about this. 4 years ago, when I got on this board, we were $37 million in structural deficit. That means every single year from that point forward, we were under for $37 million. There's one person that's actually brought the district back into fiscal solvency, be it for 3 years to 4 years. I mean, actually, it's a team, but under his leadership. And if I'm going to look at being, you know, judicious in who we picked out for this, this is one of those things where I think we are in the black. We have a positive certification for 3 years. That did not happen by chance, and it didn't happen for 5, 6 years before we were there. So I just want to be clear, if you were looking for rationales, for me, that's the first one that we were there. I'm sorry, and thanks a lot, Nick, for bringing it up, because I think this is something for me, I've seen the group really coalesce and really take this to us, to where we're in a positive certification for 3 years. In the time period that we're in is a big deal.
It is a big deal, it's huge. And if this was a Fortune 500 company, his salary wouldn't be just the minimum jump, your minimum wage from 30 years ago. He would have stock options, he would have all kinds of goodies to add to it. And so I'm really impressed too. I'm not a career educator. I was in the broadcast business for many, many years. And I understand the importance of listening to what people say and learning as we go. And I'll tell you, in the year and change I've been here, I've learned a great deal about what it takes to run a healthy school district operating in the black and able to recruit the brightest and best. And I see talented, committed people coming into this district who wouldn't have before. And I think that Dr. Aguirre is one of the big reasons that we're doing as well as we are. He brings ideas to the table. He gets us thinking about new kinds of issues that perhaps we hadn't thought about, and discussing the way forward, and including the entire community in that process. He's in the community every day. It's not a 9-to-5 gig for him. It's up early in the morning, off to schools. It's planning meetings, it's government entities, it's lobbying on behalf of the district. This is a tireless gentleman here, and I think he absolutely deserves this raise.
So we have a motion.
Yeah, second.
Actually, the motion needs to be specific because it's up to the board to determine the parameters of the amendment of the contract. So there's no specific increase written into here. You would need to make a motion to approve any increases and set what those are, to approve any extensions, to approve the health and welfare benefit amendment as written.
Okay, then I would move the health and welfare benefit as written here to offer our superintendent an increase in pay, benefits, and other options that are included there.
Just for clarity's sake, Ms. Emerald, you would need to make the motion to include a percentage or to say match what was provided to bargaining units, and then say as well as the suggested change in the leave of absence policy.
There we go. Well, what she just said then, the change should reflect the percentages offered to other employees and other language included in this document.
So the 9%.
So, okay, so actually, Mr. Sweetwater made an original motion. So would you like to amend your motion to be that, and then she could second that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, and I second it.
thank you. Ringfield?
I'll abstain.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
F10?
Yes, I have 2 speakers. Greta Rodriguez?
Trying to breathe. I'm really disturbed by some of the comments I heard tonight. This is not a company. I don't sell grades. And students don't buy grades. They're community schools. And they're community students that we're working with. And it boggles me that we have such a capitalist system that says he deserves $266,000 and teachers that do a lot of the freaking work don't get that same because we're not respected the same. So when we come to talk about Carbucia, who sent inappropriate text with my name in it to my union leader, yes, I will send you the photos. I already sent it to the state board. The people you complain to for lawyers, I sent it to them. Inappropriate texting, and that's the one she got caught in. I know for a fact she has inappropriate texting and communication with our union leadership. I really feel we need another lawyer someone that doesn't micromanage our administrators, that she's pretty much, anytime we ask a question in the district, they send us to her. And then when we have to meet with her during grievances, and she can't even quote the district policy, and I'll ask her, please provide it, and she says, you go look for it. And I'm thinking, what the hell are we paying you for if you can't even support your argument in a grievance meeting? And on top of that, she's in my business. When I had a meeting with a parent, I had the principal tell me, bring your rep. Technically, they're not supposed to be there for a parent meeting, but he said, bring my rep. And I said, all right, let me bring my rep. Then she sends a text message to our union leader, who, by the way, she's not my rep. That leader that she spoke to should not have known anything that was occurring to me in my workplace. She sent it at 9 o'clock at night. The only reason this woman has my text or my number is because we work together at Otay Ranch when we stopped the gender bender. But her and I do not have any kind of texting or communication during that point. She realized she made a mistake when she put me into that group text. She was talking about me inappropriately, then apologize and try to do damage control into that text. Those are the reasons why I don't think ethically she should be anywhere near bargaining as well. When I was on the bargaining team, she was, and I hate to say this because this is a woman, she had a difficult time managing her emotions at the table. And it's not just once, it's more than once. And even in grievances, she gets emotional, she gets heated, she digs her heels into a topic and doesn't know how to just breathe and maybe say, you know what, I was wrong. Let me rethink that. I've seen my union leadership say, you know what, I was wrong. Let me rethink that. I've seen our bargaining team do that. She refuses to do that. I do not feel that she should in any way get raises. I really think you need to start looking into another lawyer that is not running the district and isn't allowed to run the district. Thank you.
Lucy Ugarte?
Good evening, President Arancibia, trustees, Mr. Ringfield, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. I wanted to make sure that this item did not get passed unnoticed. Since initially being hired in July of 2015, this is the 7th extension of legal counsel's contract. If only all educators and programs in the district were extended the same courtesy. That's all. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Do you hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And I'd like to make a comment, if I may. I think that Ms. Carbuccia has, on many occasions, really raised the bar here in terms of the legal stand that we take on a lot of issues, whether it was the issue with our the hacking issue, where she negotiated well enough to save us quite a bit of money and help protect the private information of many thousands of people in a school district and in our community, or any of the other legal issues that we discuss offline. She's very capable. She has deep roots in the community that help her resolve problems without taking us to court. And she's always ahead of the game. She sees things coming because she's got some experience and she's seen these issues on the streets. And she knows how to address legal confrontations in a way that we don't have to go to court and we don't have to spend a lot of money defending ourselves. Instead, we can put it back in the classroom or with our employees. So I think to throw out these kinds of generalizations about a person just to, for what? For what reason? To deny them a raise that they've earned? I don't know, I think it's a cheap shot. And I, for one, have great respect for Ms. Carbuccia. I've dealt with lawyers a long, long time. And I've seen some who walk that high road like she does, and others, many others, who don't, who are just looking out for their own bottom line and the check they're going to get at the end of the day. But she's been here true to this district, true to our students and their rights, true to the families who rely on us to follow the law and make sure that we can continue to provide a good education and a safe place for kids to be and staff to be able to work in this field. So I'm with Ms. Carbuccia. I think that she's quite qualified, and I hope that she will continue to be here with this district to advise us and keep us on a solid path. Thank you.
Mr. President?
There's a motion on the floor?
Yeah.
Seconded? Okay.
Just so I can make a comment real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, so I echo Trustee Emerald's remarks. Ms. Carbucci was the second person we hired when we got here in 2015, 16? 15. So I think that was one of our really good moves. I believe she's done a really good job, and especially in negotiations and working, working through all that. And that's quite a lot of work. I've done labor negotiations myself, and but I truly appreciate all the work she does, all the time she puts in there. I think she works too much, and I think she really needs to take real vacation and get away. But she's just a very hard worker and just continually giving her all, and I fully support this. And this is not a raise, if I'm reading it right. It's a extension of her contract for 3 years, and then there's some cleanup on the Article 7A, which is the leave and holiday vacation changes. So that's all I wanted to say. So.
Okay.
Ringfield?
I'll abstain.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We move on to K5.
I will recuse myself from this item.
This item, if I may, Board President Arancibia, has to do with travel to a conference, so it's adjusting the amount.
I'll make a motion for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda recuse. Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 recusal.
The next item on the agenda that we need to get to is M2.
So that was pulled by me, Mr. President, and I didn't have any real questions around this. I was just reading through most of the document, and just glad to see a lot of those other projects that we're going to get going. And I know there's some extra expenses in there, which is just the way it's working in construction right now, and especially around the electrical out of sequence with the switchgear. And while I'm retired, I still golf with a couple guys that are still work for a company that does $400 million a year, and they tell me all the things. One's a distributor and one's a contractor, so to hear their conversations is quite interesting. But around that, and I don't see, from what they say, they don't see a fix in sight. It's just kind of just the way it is, unfortunately, and it makes no sense. And what it ends up doing is costing the public and then private too. It's not just the public sector that's paying for this, it's private with the delay in getting switchgear, where you're having to pay for temporary power and having to redo stuff when the gear comes in and the breakers come in and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know how that gets fixed. That's not in my purview, but I appreciate all the work that was put into this, and I make a motion for approval.
And if I may make a comment, this falls into line with the electrification resolution this council approved unanimously just a couple of months back. And that was, of course, brought by students from throughout the Sweetwater district who asked that we take fossil fuels and other pollutants out of this district and electrify it and build with materials that don't contain fossil fuels or chemicals that could pollute their learning environments. And from what I can see, we're going to be playing a lot of catch-up and doing just that each step of the way with hazardous materials testing and inspection, stormwater pollution prevention, soil investigation to make sure it's healthy for our young people to be running and playing on, environmental planning services, all of them leading us to a more environmentally sustainable school district here in Sweetwater. And that's a big reason that I'm supporting this. I look forward to it. And I hope we create a lot of good green jobs in making this happen. So thank you for allowing me to make a comment.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I think we are on Q3 because we did P3 earlier, so we're on Q3.
Correct. I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
Well, I realize that National School Counseling Week does not officially kick off until next week. I would like to be the first to say thank you to each and every counselor in our district for their hard work and dedication to our students, our staff, and our parents. The work that counselors do on a daily basis is necessary, meaningful, and impactful to our students and our community. I'm proud to be able to represent such an amazing group of professionals. Next week, on Monday, we kick off our celebration, and we will be hosting a luncheon to which you were all invited to. I know, Dr. Aguirre, you've responded. Mr. Ringfield, we hope you will join us as well. It's just an opportunity for us to be able to celebrate each other and also know that we have the support of our school board and our superintendent. Thank you.
And
With that,
may I ask a question real quick? What day is the walk? What day and what time? The walk.
the reception.
It's a luncheon.
Not walking anywhere? I thought I saw a walk. Oh, okay, the luncheon. Never mind. But I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, we need to actually have a motion to adopt the resolution.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
And that is
Second.
it. I move that we
fantastic.
adopt the resolution.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
I
Sorry.
second it.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And with that, the regular board meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, President.